do today is cut some space and depth keys. So we've got the blanks, we've got the machine, and we've got the time. So let's do it. We'll wait till some people get in. Okay. I don't know what button I press there. Right, here we go. We're just going to get straight into it. Hey, Humboldt. G'day, mate. Welcome in. Setting up. Still. Live. Alright, got the computer organised. What you doing? Well, Humboldt, we're not picking, we are cutting space and depth keys for the first time ever. I've only ever cut one other key successfully on the machine so far. I'm a beginner learning the machine. It's on loan from Cranky Lock. So I've got space and depth keys. So I've got the Lockwood 9. That's the C4, and this is the LW15 space and depth keys. So we're cutting these for a community member. Hopefully get them all done today, and then we can send them off on Monday. Today is Sunday. What you doing, Humboldt? What you picking, mate? What you got on the bench? What you got in the vice? Get set up. I'm going to start with the little keys. I already turned the jaws around yesterday. I had to stop the stream. Suddenly, there was a medical emergency, so went to that. And how far down does that cut? Because that doesn't seem to be holding it up that much. You put a starter in your truck today. Oh, awesome. Means you got wheels again, mate. You got your ute back. You call trucks. You call utes trucks. We call them utes because they're originally called utility vehicles, so we call them utes. Usually, originally more like a farm work vehicle. Right, let's try and find number 1. Found number 1. So we've got that in the wrong hole. So that's the blank, so that's got to go that way. We need the space and depth key in here. Hey, the lock guy, g'day, welcome in, mate. So we have 7 of these little beasties. Now how far down does that go? I wonder if I need to lift it up higher. Ooh. That's almost down to the cutter, isn't it? So we're going to have to lift these up higher. That's unfortunate, because it means I don't have a stable base. Well, we might just do these ones, and then we'll work on the deeper ones later. Snake! Welcome in. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to let anyone know that I was going live. I kept stuffing up the lives, which I stuffed it up again today. But I kept stuffing up the lives and ending up multiple lives going on. So so I thought, well, I'm not going to try and set anything up because I'm trying to do it on the YouTube one, because I'm watching it on that one. So let's You got your Berserker challenge in. Is that the one where we need to fire up like EDC one from thingy? Sorry, you're not a thingy. Safeties. Right, I reckon we're ready to rock and roll. So, okay, we've got to do it via that. That doesn't actually reach. Alright, so we lock it in via that. If we're doing, what do we call it? Shoulder stop. Okay, and then we do your shoulder stop this side. What do you do with 3 hands? You're supposed to adjust it and then adjust it back. Three hands. Alright. Put that one in. Way, flinged off. Alright, put that one in. Hold it down. Get this one in. Hold it down. Alright. That's shoulder stopping. What? So you had to pick 20 locks for the challenge. That's for one. Whoa! It's getting blowy here. We've got a storm coming. So when I saw the sun this morning, I wanted to get this done. So the storm's coming tomorrow. Well, it's starting to get blowy now. Now I'm about to turn the machine on and go bzz, bzz, bzz. So if you're sensitive to noise or anything, just put your volume down. Ready? Are we ready? Have we done everything? Alright, let's just go through the checklist. Alright, tips, stop down. To cut, to be cut. These little wing stops are down. Okay, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, everything looks clear. Whew. We're taking a big breath and we're doing it. Beautiful, just like I bought one. Frick! G'day mate, welcome in. Okay, so that is... Oh, I'm going to have to mark them. Oh, Struth. Okay. Where are my stamps? Oh, I think they're in my drawer. Oh, look, a little plant growing in me workbench. Someone's moved in. Alright, make yourselves comfortable. I'm gonna go get me bangy, stampy things. Back in a minute. Be nice to each other. No, I didn't find them. G'day, Yinette. How's it going, mate? David! Can't stay long because you're going to work? Oh, I saw that you had a live on this morning when I was setting this live up. Oh, I missed it. I was asleep. I woke up and just started doing this. Better get it done. Because I had to stop yesterday. My wife had a medical emergency. Alright. So, can't find my stamps. I'm not going to spend too much time searching for them. So we're just going to mark it with one of these. So that we can keep track. 1, So I guess once you work out how all this is done, and you do quite a few of these, you get your hands in the right place and you know how to hold things. At the moment I don't, so I'm just fluffing around. So check, stop, down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blanking that side, original in that side. Let's do it. Okay. Ding P, g'day mate. Yeah, it's gonna start pissing down tomorrow here. Alright, sound machine on. G'day, Conky. How you going, mate? Oh, I'm good-ish. Well, back's pretty sore from 6 hours of sitting at the hospital yesterday. Oh, but you get that. But my wife is okay. Well, we don't know what happened, but she's okay. I don't know how she is today, because I'm out here and she's still asleep. So that's why I'm out here, because I'm not needed. Yeah, it's not going to cut the machine. Wait. Oh, thank you, Elijah. Yeah, hit the like, double tap the screen. Thanks, it all helps. Yeah, exactly, Conky. Work is never done. Yeah, I used StreamYards last time. Matt Lock Shop, welcome in, mate. Okay, flicking the switch. Hang on. Do the 5-point check first. Stop, it's still up. Stop down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stops are down, blank in right, original in left, rock and rolling. Hitting the button. we do. You know, we do, indeedy. Nothing like the sound of a power tool being used. And I can tell the power tools, like the sound of them, what they're using them, like when the neighbours do something, I can hear it. I can go, oh, they're using an angle grinder. Tiwanaku Metal, welcome in, mate. Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Alright, we're rock and rolling again. We're double check. Stop 1, stop 2, stop 3, stop 4, stop 5. All down, all clear, blanking right, original in left. Tighten down. Rock and roll. Yeah, well I do. Humboldt. I do. I watch those shows on YouTube where they're cutting timber and stuff. Ripping logs. I watch those things. They're very relaxing. And I don't have the sound down. Right. On. Oh, alright, let's get you in a better position here. See the action, because I've got all this trippy setup here. As in, I have a hell of an angle thing going on. I've got trippy system here. Lady Locks, g'day sis, welcome in. So just going through my first space and depth key cut. So just adjusting my bits. Go over there a bit more. I've got 5 different angles I can do on this thing I've set up. Does that work? Hey. Alright, let's get you closer. Closer to the action. We're going to hit the camera. Yes! Bloody hell. Oh yeah, we can see a bit of the action there. What do you want, an overhead shot? How do you want the shot? Do you want it like that, or do you want an overhead one? What do you prefer, overhead shot or side-on shot? Let me know, or we can do it all. Sound on. Right, double check. Stop 1, stop 2, stop 3, stop 4, stop 5. Blanking right, original left, rock and rolling. Sound on. And a little bonus, inside information for those that are here. If you want to hang around after we finish the space and depth keys, you might just get a bonus live from later. But we don't know for sure, so you can't spread it. Don't spread it. Just keep it close to your chest. And if the Lady Locks can, she will. Gotta get some picking done. So I guess if that's not touching it there, it's not going to touch it over here, so I should stop worrying about that being there. So we have another... almost cut. Getting faster at it now. You're gonna motor through. Sound on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blank, original, rock and roll. Cutting keys like this is so relaxing. I could do this all day. Number 6. Alright, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blank, original, rockin' and rollin', ready to go. Copying space and depth keys for Elijah to send off. So we'll be doing the LW15s and the LW5s. So C4 brooch and the one for the little wafer locks, the little locks, little wafer locks, not wafer locks. The other ones for the little 225s. No, little 232s. Little 232s. Isama Sushi, g'day, thanks for listening from work, appreciate it, mate. Last week you used a new machine for Toyota keys in here. Ooh, it's always nice to get new power tools. Okay, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blank, original, rockin' and rollin'. Number 6, number 7, tilty, seems to be, it's getting stuck. I was wondering why it was holding it so far out, and the spring was actually stuck, because the key was getting further and further that way, but it doesn't matter because it cuts from the stop, but I was wondering why it was going further and further out. It does want to tilt up at the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1 comes. Don't have many left. Got 2 blanks left. Woo. Alright, don't stop up one. Okay. Stop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Blank and right, original and left. Rock and roll. Let's go. Elijah, mate. Welcome in. These are your space and depth keys. Okay. Off. Number 7. Now I need to find my my stamp punches. I used to use when I made furniture to whack the back of these, but I can't find it at the moment. I'm not going to spend time searching for it on the stream because it's just going to be a space and depth cutting stream, and then we're going elsewhere. Right, now we've got the Lockwood C4s keyway. It's the LW5, so it's a 6-pinner and it can do the 5-pinners as well. So we start with a 0. Okay, stop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Blank cut, and we're rocking and rolling. Yes, Padlocks is going hopefully live after we finish here. I think I need to do it again. Not sure. we have focus. Focus, I can see. Can't see because of the shadow. Focus. No, what? Focus. I'm not sure about that one. What? I might should have started with the 0 cut to see if it's dialed in. The rest might be off. That is the 0. I've got the 0 in there. Yeah, that is the 0 cut. The last one just... Focus. See, it's cut the first 3, bit of 4, and no 5 and 6. Okay, team, what do we got going on here? Did I not put it in right? Let's try it again. One, two, three, four, 5 blank and the original. Check with a key gauge. I don't have one. I was waiting for the freebie from Doubt, but it never came. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Wink, wink, Doubt, if you're listening. I could do it with the key gauge you created, mate. We could do one right now. Are you in town by any chance? Right. Check with a key gauge. I'll just stick my face in the camera then, probably. I'm trying to see if there's any gap between the cutter and that. It's not, it is one. Let's try it again. So what do we do now? How do we adjust the machine? What do we do? Adjust the key upright a bit. So what do we do? How do you adjust the machine? What thingo do you undo? It was a bit better that time. Focus, young mongrel. Yeah, it's definitely not doing 4, 5 and 6 properly. Check the calipers. Alright, go get me calipers. Talk amongst yourselves, be nice. I'm wondering if this is why we had a little bit of an issue with the car key, because it was a bit longer and see if the cuts are the same. Okay. Oh, you mongrel. Battery's dead. Hold on, talking to myself, go get a spare battery and screwdriver back in the middle. think we might be out of luck. We'll see how we go. Let's see what size. I've got a horrid feeling I don't have any spares. One of them ones. LR44. So I'm going to have to try and read this thing manually. Oh, this is going to be lovely. Because we don't know how to use this, so we shall learn how to use this together then. Right, so what are we measuring? The cut at the end to see if it's the same as the one on the machine. In the hole. There. So that says, that said, what's that? Ten and a 4. I'm thinking, whatever that means. Is that correct? Yep, 10 and a 4. Alright. You have to take this one out. So that's where that one was. Yeah. G'day Nate, how you going mate? We've got an issue. I went to do the other LW. Yeah, well that says it's the same, doesn't it? So maybe it is right. So what I was concerned with was that this isn't cutting all of them. So they're good, but these ones are faint as. Now on the original, where we got? Yeah, they're not actually as deep on the original either. See that? They are there. They're deeper, especially 3 and 4, 4 and 5. 6 is a bit. G'day Lynn, how you going? You got an issue. It's not cutting at the end on the long keys. So, and that's definitely deeper there on the space and depth keys. So, what do we do? What do we adjust? They don't look the same? Yep. Alright, so what do we do? What do we adjust? What do we do? What do we do? What do we adjust? 2, 3, 4. So if that end's not up far enough, it's the, I don't know, what do you adjust? How do you adjust? Where do you calibrate? Like, the blank part that touches the blank, the black part that touches a blank, says Humboldt. The black part that touches the, what? There's no black part touching. Key goes in there, that's a black part there, that's a black part there. There's no black part in here. Has a hex on it. Oh. So this whole thing can move. Is that what you're saying? This whole thing goes forward a fraction. Push it forward on the machine. You're meaning this whole carriage part moves. Because this is in a channel. So this will not go that way or that way. It's in a channel. So I'm thinking the only parts that can move are, we've got 2 hex bolts here. So the only part that can move, I'm thinking, would be these 2 thingos here. Well, I'll go get me hex Watsy thingos. Got the tappy just in case we need it. Well, that doesn't help not to have your volume up, Elijah. As I was saying, these are your space and depth keys I'm attempting to cut. Now, going to the LW5 ones, the part the key touches when you push it forward, like when you're cutting. The part the key touches when you push it forward. The part the key touches when you push it forward like you're cutting. Part the key touches when you push it forward when you're cutting. It just touches this carriage. It's right next to the power switch. Oh! You mean this whole thing here? This part here. Do you see the black part that is touching the key? This part, the tracer. Nate, it's got the tracer, because we went through some terminology so I could understand what the bits are. So the tracer. So we adjust that. Alright, this has got some things on it. Hang on. So it's got the screw there on the left, it's got this thing, it's got those two there, and it's got that one there. Mark it before I make my adjustments. Okay. The top one. So what is my reference point that I'm taking it to? So am I going to like the N one where it's not cutting and going, okay, you, but it's, where's your reference point to know where it's not cutting true? It's the end of the key did not cut deep like the original 0-bitted ones, so it cut these ones okay, but then 4, 5, even 3, you can barely see them cut. Yeah. See, those ones aren't deep enough. So it's the end of the key. So where's my reference point to be able to know how far to bring it in? What's my reference point? Hard to make the adjustment without the calipers. Like that. So you got to measure. So to get it, so what is the principle to get it correct? We're bringing this forward a fraction, and our reference point is, so I'm thinking our reference point would be this distance here to this distance here. So I'm thinking when you say make a mark, I'm thinking you're saying make a mark here. So make a mark here to adjust it out. You got some better charging cables. Awesome, Dean. So Humboldt, so the principle of what I'm trying to do to fix up the back end, because it's not that, like, on the original key, it's not deep either. It's just not deep. It is not as deep on the ends. So have a look at this. Clean out the jaws, see if that makes a difference in seating the blank. Okay then. Oh, I see there's quite a build up there. Okay. Alright, let's see if that made a difference. But the original is faint. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stops are down, blanking right, original in left, turning power on. Do both sides. Shit. Okay. Alright, let's start that bit again. One, two, three, four, 5 stops are down, blank and original. Alright. Average picker. Oh my god. Mate. Do you know how good it is to see you? You just put a whacking big smile on my face. Average picker. Everyone, I advise you to go check out Average Picker's channel. Average Picker was one of the first people on a video who does lockpicking videos, who would take the time to answer every question I had. And autistic people, we have a lot of questions. And Average Picker was like, from challenge locks to picking, just inspired me to keep going, keep doing it. Everything he did, I loved it. And yeah, and the 3D stuff you see in my lock club, that's all come from Average Picker. I won there a lock toss. I'd been trying for years to win that lock toss, finally won it. Chris Carpoon, g'day Chris and Slinky, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope your back is recovering. How's it going, Chris? How's your back going? Alright, we're going to... So Average Picker took a break from doing Locksport, went and focused on their music. So started doing some music on their channel. But wow, average picker, so good to see you, mate. You're good on your back? So, Chris, are you back to normal? As in, did it help? Like, did it fix things? Has your pain decreased? Has your mobility come back? Are you able to stand there and drone all day, basically? So, Average Pickle is one of the original big channels that would really help out beginners. And between Average Picker and Doubt and a couple of others and the people in the comments, that's what got me. All my knowledge has come from them. Everything you see me do has come from them. So from Paul, Doubt, Average Picker, Andy Mack, so pain decreased and mobility came back. No pain for the first time in years. Oh, mate, that is so good to hear. Alright, pressing button. I think that worked. I heard it cut some. Oh. And yep. Focus, you mongrel. See, a mongrel is just someone who does stuff just to stir you up, to wind you up, to create shit. And that's what this does. The focus is a mongrel. Just does it to wind you up, to give you the shits, to get a reaction. You mongrel. Focus. So that has cut it. And it does feel the same as the original. I haven't, I just did the little ones. I don't think it'd be out on the little ones because it's only out on the 3 or 4. I think Paul's original machine that he did this on was out. Focus. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking it's Houston, we've got a problem. So that whole key doesn't look like it's cut as deep as it should. It does look better, but let's go back to the Callies. Let's take it to the first one. I'll lock it off. Slide it out. Take it to this one. So I want to see if the first ones are the same. That's looser. It's tighter there. What? That's weird as. What? James Randolph, g'day mate. We've got a technical issue. Why not have a technical issue? Alright, hold that. Lock it off. Slide it out. Now that is the second cut. So we'll go to the second. Yeah, that's looser. So the one I've cut is looser than the original. So what's that mean? When it doesn't look like it's cut as deep. Or is it just the visual is doing my head in? Because one's got dog brass, so it's optically illusional difference. Is that what we're dealing with here? An optical illusion? Are we dealing with an optical illusion? Come on. Give me some focus. No, it's not the same blank. It's a different blank. Different companies. This is a Keyline and this is a Silka. So on Paul's one, on Cranky Lock's one, the original, which is at the back. Come on, focus, you mongrel. So I'm wondering if just Paul's machine was off. But then I look at the side of number one and they all look okay. Alright, so we're just going to leave 0 as it is for the minute. Zero. Let's go to 1. Go to 1. The milling on the blank, if they're the same or different. One, two, three, four, 5, and alright, we're going to go number 1, so we've got deeper cuts to look at. Here we go. Yeah, see, that's not even. I guess, fuck yeah. Look at that. Definitely 4, 5, 6. Alright, let's and we know they're not that shallow. We know they're not that shallow maybe they are. Definitely doesn't look the same. Yeah, that's not, it's only going in on an angle. Yeah, that's not going in. So it's okay. So what we've ascertained is that it's, yes, the 0 bitted key blank wasn't cut right, but this one is, and that caliper did not go through that one I cut. So that tells me that it is raised up. So we do need to make an adjustment. Now Humboldt says we can't make the adjustment without calipers. So I'm going to have to go buy a battery. So I am thinking we're stuck for today. What is the difference in the milling? What is the difference? Let's get the blank. Alright, so this is a silker blank. Alright, let's cut it with the same blank, see if we've got the same issue to help ascertain what the issue is. No calipers are needed. Okay, Nate, we're gonna have to explain to us how it's done. Let's go with number 1 again with a matching blank. Let's see if it is what James says. It could be the key blanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down, blank right, original left. Thunderbirds are go. You'd use a shim to adjust the key. Ooh, now we're talking. Alright. Does that look even? To my eye, that looks shallow on the end. Let's find out. Let's take off the keyring and put it in beside each other. So this is the space and depth key. This is my key. I just cut. James says, I always start at the bow and go toward the tip, then start over at the bow for a second pass. Looks like PW ran from tip forward, tip towards the bow for part of the second pass. Not saying either way is wrong. Just curious about people's thoughts. Yeah, I'm just copying what I've seen Paul do on this machine. That's all I'm doing. And he went through it and then he came back the other way, so I'm just copying that. So that looks yeah, because it's back and forward because of the key cutter is not the right shape for what we need. So that's why we do a little back and forward stuff. Yeah, Jason does it too. The back and forward stuff. Alright, let's get the calipers. Alright, the one at the ends. Oh, moving. Lock off. Slide out. Hit the ground. That wants to push it out, so that's telling me that it hasn't cut it. So let's measure this one, loosen that off, go to that one. Whoa. Go to there, lock off, pull it out, grab the blank, the original, number one, go in, see, yeah, that's, it's just not wanting to go in, it wants to push it. So it's a fraction of a fraction out. What was the difference with the number one on the other blank? Okay, you can see there's quite a difference between the blanks. Jason's got a new camera. Jeez, I've got to wake up at the right time in the morning to catch it, because I think it's on about 3 a.m. again. James says, know someone who had the same machine as this, having trouble with calibrations. The cut was a full cut off horizontally. A full cut off. So how do you calibrate this machine? Because that definitely looks different. But because you're dealing with fractions of millimeters, it's difficult to get the measurements correct. So, what should we do? Should we stop? And do we need a You don't think he figured out how to calibrate? Oh, jeez, that sucks. So, what do we need? What do we need to do? How do we get out of this mess we're in now? Oy. Horizontal spacing is fixed. Only depth is adjustable, says Nate. So, how do we get out of this mess? Do some housekeeping. Have I got the wrong jaws? Does the jaws make a difference? Have I got it around the wrong way? But this thing is solid, like nothing has been adjusted in a long time on this thing. So what do we do? So if this side is slightly out, where's the adjustment coming from? I don't see how doing this can adjust the key at the end. How doing that can adjust the key at the end. Because then wouldn't that affect all the other cuts at the front? Which are probably a fraction out as well. Nate says if the tracer is in the same position as what we're currently looking at, it is correct. Put a blank key in and test the calibration. That's how I test vertical. Put a blank in and test. What do you mean? Put a blank in both sides and test to see if they're the same? Is that what you mean? And what about the key blanking both sides? Zoe the cat, g'day mate, welcome in. Meow, good to see ya. We're having some technical difficulties, which of course isn't surprising on Locksport Hangout, because that's why we hang out. It's so we can sort issues out live while you're watching in real time. We get stuff sorted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that what you meant? Yep. Blanking both. Blanking both. And then we so I'm thinking that your theory should be that once I turn the machine on, if I go across this one, it should not cut this one at all. The cutter should just barely nix the key when you spin it manually. Spin it manually. Okay, how is width not adjustable? It should be adjustable depth and space. Width, that's crazy. Yeah, it's not a flash machine. It's a little old one. Hey, Z-Cat, says Chris Capune. I think Zoe the cat has got a new nickname. I think Chris has just nicknamed you, mate. Z-Cat. Z-Cat. Put a blank in both sides and see where it lines up on the stop point of the keys. Alright, let's get you in for a good view because we need you closer. I don't know how old it is, but the person that's lent it to me, he's ancient, so I've got you dangling on a long line here. Oh, we're dropping, we're sinking. Alright, someone's not tight enough. Alright, we'll stop sinking. Oh no, I'm just going to hit the machine. Good on you. Ismi says, I've found that mine drifts ever so slightly towards the blade. So, whoa, come back. So you leave it so that it just barely won't make the key blank with the blade, but I'm using a much more complicated machine. James has gone nomad. Yes, Zoe the cat. I have cut my keys by hand, but then my lucky mate saw my attempts and went, mate, have a loan of this and cut yourself some keys. Right, so what I'm doing is yes, with a file. Ism is using a semi-automatic Ilco Orion KD500. Right, so what am I trying to ascertain is if everyone's touching the same. Yeah, I see that with my eyesight. Oh. Oh, we've got a little difference already. So I've got the same key blanks in, and I've just gone to the tip of the shoulder. There. I can see daylight at the tracer. Daylight at the tracer just by touching the top of the shoulder. So let's go into the shoulder. The tracer needs adjusting. So the how can we see what's touching? Manually rotate. You said manually rotate. So we go to the end. I don't reckon it's touching anything at all. Oh, that looks like a lot of daylight. Yeah, okay, I'm on the end of the key and it's touching the spacer. We got daylight at the end of the key. Hey Ground Frog, welcome to the Lock Pond. What could solve some problems? Adjusting the thing. So what do we do? So we need the, okay, so if we're not touching down there, we need this beastie to go in that way, don't we? Or is it like a saw, like how some of the teeth come out prouder than the others at times? But okay, so we're adjusting the tracer. So I'm thinking the way you would do it would be, without using calipers, would be to use the blank on this side. Use the blank on that side to be the adjustment. So once it touches the cutter down that end, that is our height adjustment, correct? James says, yep, needs to be shortened. Okay. So am I correct in assuming that we are taking all our measurements off this end with the cutter? That is our reference point, correct? Or references to the tracer. But our depth is being determined by whether it's the cutter is touching the blank or not. Should be able to change where the blade sits with spaces, says this moon. We want to loosen the tracer and shorten it until the wheel hits the key just barely. The cutter needs to just barely nick the key. Alright. Okay, so then my next question is, we have this nut here, we've got this little one here, and we've got this one here. So I'm thinking this one clamps this in place, and this one here is a screw, and that is the adjuster. So, correct? So then I'm thinking what we need to do is loosen this slightly, and then move that. Yep. Alright, let's find one of these that fits. Love you. This is the... Seems correct. Alright, we're doing it. Geez, there's not much of a handle on there to move things. Hope it's not tight. Oh, okay, that's off. That's loosened. Now we... Right, we need a screwdriver. These are tiny, but they'll work. So it just nicks the key. So I'm thinking clockwise, pull it in, anti-clockwise, take it out. Right, that slot is blown out. We're just going to have to get another kind of screwdriver. Back in a minute. Talk amongst yourselves. Be nice. Well, what? While manually rotating the cutter. Yep, got it. Okay. So I need 4 hands. So I need to adjust the screw while holding that forward, while manually rotating that. That's 3 hands. Alright, that's where the belly comes in. Alright. Oh, tits. Alright, push your tit up against the machine. That works. It holds it in place. Lovely. And of course it's not going to work with a screwdriver there because it pushes it out. That's not good. Hold it there. Right. Hold it there. Adjust the screwdriver and turn the machine. Yeah. Make a small adjustment and check. Yep. Yep. Okay. So mark it. We should describe it. doing it. Get a pointy tool. Something close and similar. Something will work. I should mark the back because you're not going to be able to see the front once it goes in. Hang on. Yeah. I'll be able to see the adjustments. Not dark on dark. Make a line across the top, reference point. Yeah, it didn't want to, it didn't really want to scratch. Right, so check everyone is happy days. Right, now adjusting while turning. So clockwise, can we get in any other little hole we can reach? No. Which way does it manually rotate? Is it even moving? I haven't loosened that off enough. Right, try again. Much of a purchase on the turner thing. Maybe you can do it by hand. That'd be helpful if you could do it by hand. Oh, that worked. That did something. Okay, I think that's touching it too much. So we go turn it to the right, so we'll turn it back fraction to the left. Touching it, well, I think it's touching it too much. You said it's just got to fractionally nick it. I think I'm a little over fractionally nicking it. How did I adjust that too much? think we're in the ballpark now. Right, that's not touching it at all. It just needs a bee's dick away from it. It's like it has a loose point and it does nothing, and then you get a stronger point. So I think that's why I was having trouble with the adjustment. Fraction more. Fraction less. Definitely a loose point. It's just a fractional touch in it. A tiny little adjustment. Definitely touching all the way down here. Working on the end part, it's not touching. Oh, it's just touching. No? Fractionally not touching. So this is not sorting out that depth problem. No, not touching at all. See, we're touching there, and we're not touching here. Yeah, just barely nick it. That sounded good. Try it there after I tighten the hex on top. See, that's not touching the tip, but then I bring it back a fraction and we're touching. Try it there after I tighten the hex on top. Okay. Reckon that's barely nicking it there. But it's still all different along the key. Could even be the key's not perfect. I'm using two of the same blanks. And these are the better blanks. The key line blanks, not the silica blanks. So we're doing that. Now The blank holder, I cleaned it out. It's got no gunk. Looks way better than before. Alright, we'll go with that. We're going with this. We're doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down, blanking one side, blanking the other side. Tracer tightened. Thunderbirds I go. So that cut. So it was as I predicted. Once we got to the end, like it cut deeper at this end than it did at this end. So what have we ascertained? It should barely cut the corner. This corner here, where the shoulder meets the blade. Well, you heard it, it cut it. I'm thinking, what are we thinking? I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know what, I can't really. Why it's like that. There's no corners on the key, James. You need to change the terminology so I can understand. Housekeeping. Not the shoulder. No. That's interesting. Right, so it's looking that way, and there's a slight gap at the end of this blade, where there's not at the end of that blade. So this has been lifted up slightly. Let's see if we can adjust it. Ooh, that just moved, that just pushed down a little bit then. Alright, we need to, that's flusher, let's try and push it down hard. Let's just check this one again. Let's just go right in. It's no crud, but it's sort of stuff we don't see in that. I've pushed the tip down as far as it will go on that side. Let's grab another blank. Now, because that was slightly out, we're going to have to do the recalibration thing again. Make sure the tip is really pushed down tight. See, that one's fully clear. I can still see a little bit of daylight in this one. That's down as far as it'll go. Right, we need to do the recalibrating thing again, don't we? Possibly the jaws aren't square to each other. Yes, because if this side was slightly tilted down, it would throw everything out. Let's go back with this. Let's go back to calibrating, because we have got a new start position. Oh shit. So our new start position is there. Okay. So that's way too deep. Alright, Lynn, thanks for stopping in, mate. Appreciate it. Cheeky man, g'day, mate. Welcome in. So I'm going, I need to bring it in. So I'm going left. There's a fraction of a touch, that's good, we'll go with that. Where's the, Titan tracer? Oh, and going again. So what are we ascertaining here? We are, now we've recalibrated. So what we want to happen is, well, when we drop into the shoulder and we come out and go along, it should just take off a fraction of a fraction. Lockchuck, g'day mate, how's it going? What do you mean you tagged? Where did you tag? Where do I find that, James? Is that on Discord? So that's so that is SE Lock and Key, no, CLK Supplies video. Yep, I'll watch that. But do we go with this now? Like, are we calibrated? So what's the best way to test this? Turn the thing on. Seeing the picture, there's a picture. Oh yeah. Barely touches the key. Got it. And only on one side of the key blade. Okay, that's interesting. Let's do it. Shall we do it? Let's cut it. We're turning it on. We're going. Let's do it. Alright. Safeties. Grab me safety. Alright. 1 down, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Blank, blank. Tightened. Right. Ooh. Actually doing anything. See, that looks like to me that it has focus your mongrel. Cut all the way along. That's what that feels like. It did cut it. Yep. I can feel a bird. Hush, pup. Puppy wants out. Hang on. It did cut it. I feel a burr on one face, but it looks like it has actually cut it all the way along. I don't see what I see in that picture of one side being cut, but it did cut it, so back it off a fraction more. Is that what we're saying? Grab another blank. Stop down. Back it off slightly. Yep. Okay, James. Now, left is coming out. So I need to go right or left, clockwise or clockwise. Take a black marker and see if the top is still Black. Aye, yes. Right. Good thinking, Chris. Alright, we've blacked it up. So to back this off, so I need to, the cutter needs to come this way. It's too deep, so we need to shallow it. So I need to move this so it is touching too much, so we need to take the tracer in, to take it in, whisker it to the right. Tracer needs to go that way or this way, so in or out. Let's call that in, call that out. Can we have another confirmation? Slinky suggests that about the market. You see, Slinky is an excellent Lock Lab manager. She keeps track of everything. She knows. Me and Slinky, we go way back, mate. We are like this. So always take Slinky's advice towards me, so out. So that means it's got to go left. Is that right? Not touching. But touching a lot up here, but not touching at the key tail again. So we're still going by the key tail. It's touching. That's interesting. Only touching on one. Okay, so on some of these it's touching, on others it's not. So when I do a full rotation on this face, it's touching. On this face of the thing, it's not touching. That makes things a little bit harder to adjust, doesn't it? So we have to go by the high side. And now we're not touching at the very end. Weird. Oh yeah, it's slightly worn and it's got a chip out of it. Okay, it's touching there. You can hear it, not touching anywhere else. And it starts to touch just there again. So it's only a small portion of it that's touching. So are we going by that position? Are we tightening the trace at that position? I'm thinking we are, because it's slightly touching. So is it touching too much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom, ding, ding, ding. Can you hear that? Is that too much touch? It sounds a little aggressive. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Alright, let's loosen that. And we want it to go in, so go to the right. Whoa, that's heaps. Maybe I went to the left, we need to go to the left. Because that didn't sound right. Okay, not touching. Alright, that's to the left. Now we're going to go to the right. Oh, just a fraction to get it to touch. Okay. Make sure we got marks still. Hang on. Still sounds too aggressive. Stop the shadow, the reflection would be good. That's the best shot I can get of the mark. So it's got a touch less than that. So I might put in another blank because that has to colour it up. So we need to go in a fraction. More. Okay, right way, the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way. Okay, it's not touching anywhere along. So now we go to the right to bring it out of fraction. It's touching now. Alright, so we go back the other way, bring it back in a fraction. Now the other way, out of friction. How's that sound? Alright, let's colour it up and see if that's our spot. Alright. No, I'm not watching the news. Okay, it is still so much. It is still touching the so barely touching up here, just a fraction touching. Focus again, Yamungo. And then touching a lot more up here, up the end. So it is, even with doing an adjustment, we have still got the issue. Adjustment is not fixing issue at all. Are we calling it? Is this as close as we're getting it? Do we have consensus in the chat amongst the lockies? Do we have consensus? This is it? So, but what's still concerning me is that we are still high this end and low this end. It has not, doing that calibration has not sorted out that issue at all. Dialing in takes time. That's why they call it dialing, because you're doing little micro movements. So high at the front, low at the back. What are we doing? So I'm thinking I need a little square to be able to measure these, if these are square to each other. Alright. Just hold on, I'm going to go get a square. We're going to measure if these jaws are square to each other. Back in a moment. Might not be a problem if it gets close. The jaw blocks may have a little play left for rotation. Alright, back in a minute. Getting the, what am I getting? What did I just say? What did I just say? Square, got it. Right, I'm back. I've watch out for lock shavings in the clamps. Need to make sure they are cleaned out. Yep, lock chuck. Yep. Square it. Yep. You can remove the key and move the jaw up. Okay. So yeah, no politics, war stuff in the chat things. We'll keep that to the mainstream media. They can do their fear mongering. We're not going to do it here. Found a square, but I had to. I was a bit longer. My wife's awake, and I had to take her vitals, and they're not good. So I think I'm going to have to do hourly obs. Come on. Oh, I don't have a little square. This is not going to let me get in. Check it. Here we go. Again, trying to find a flat space to get the square. It's a square. There we are. We flat it out there. Right out there. Hard to tell with the big one on. We do that and we measure distance. We get in to measure distance. Right, you're annoying. Yeah, well, there's nothing I can do, you know, except vitals at the moment. And keep track of them so that I've got data to give to the doctor. So what I usually do is I do hourly obs, so I've got running data to give to them. Yeah, we're slightly out. That's what that looks like to me. But it was hard to tell. It is just a fraction of a fraction, I reckon. But I guess that's all it needs, is a fraction of a fraction to stuff up. And then, right, check this out. What to hold on to, but it's so hard to tell. Going from this side. It doesn't help that me thing is bent. Let's unbend me Watsy first. Make sure that the red stuff on the right hand key won't catch in the blade. Oh yeah, that's just a lucky band holding up that little thing. I think this is slightly, the right jaw, I think is just slightly rotated. Like it, just a fraction, I reckon. Hammer time, exactly. But I guess whoa, we're in close. my god. Okay, so I reckon this right hand one, this one is slightly down. I reckon it needs to go up a fraction. Is that even possible? Do those things move? You're not sure, James? It's so far off as to be a problem. We have a saying about using a golden screwdriver, meaning that if you try to fix things too much, you sometimes cause more problems. Agreed. Yup. This does not have a horizontal movement. This is in a channel. It might be better to put the straight edge right in the key clamp locations, but leave the nuts loose unless the blocks wobble. See, that has no horizontal movement. That's in a channel. That's in a housing joint. That should not be moving down or up like that. That does not have a rotational thing in it. G'day, J. Gabriel. You're glad you don't own one of these. You'd be tempted to use it for things other than purposes design. Maybe the channel is gunked up. Alright. Let's see if the channels are gunked. Ugh. Now this is spring loaded, so let's not lose the spring, shall we? Okay. Right, 2 washers on there like that and 2 springs. Pop them there nicely. Take you out, pop you there nicely. No one move. Right. Take that out. Give it a little housekeeping. Alright. Got someone living in that end. Right. Is that okay? I don't know. Is that the one we've already cut? It's the one we've already cut. Let's go with this one. No, not back to NATO. We're not talking politics, Frick. Stuff that it's not enough on the news doesn't have to be here. And I've managed to stay away from everything because I went away and I wasn't on the computer for 5 days. So I didn't have to put up with what was going on. Well, we're done. Put on back to front. What's dueling live streams? Who else is going live? What? Is Ladylocks gone live? Oh, awesome. I didn't think this was going to take so long, Ladylocks. I thought I'd be finished by the time you went live. But anyway, we're double teaming it. That sits nice and flush at the tip now. Right. We've cleaned out everything. So now we go again with the recali thing. Alright, we've cleaned out every orifice that could be cleaned out. It doesn't look like it sits as flush as the other one. Not really grabby part. Yep, alright. Doing some testing on what? It's touching too much. What about at the end? Yeah, it's touching too much now. Oh. Yeah. Well, that's happy. All I want to do is cut Elijah's keys and we'll be done. So lefty is in, right is out. Is that it? Okay, touching there. Touching there. So this is, have a listen to this. See if this is okay. As the train goes past. How's that? that too much? I think that's good. It's barely touching. We'll call it. We'll do the end bit. I'll show you what it looks like on the end. Alright. So in the middle it touched a bit more, but right on the end it just touched a little bit. Just rubs it. So we've done everything we can do. We've done calibration, tighten the thing. Yep, the bow end of the key is offset from the front. Exactly right. And that's what we're trying to fix. Okay, now it's refusing to stop zooming in. It does look like it's in the clamp, but we have adjusted the clamp. So this is now calibrated to the end of this tip. It's going to still cut deeper at the front. So technically it's not calibrated properly at all. Still. So what if the shoulder should also hit the wheel at the same time. No, they don't. So this one is no, it'll be cut a fraction on the blank side. No, it's not adjustable. What front clamp is calibrated, the back key clamp looks like the key isn't properly aligned, and I'm guessing that it could have been a bit of debris or extra wear. It's got to be wear because we've done all the cleaning. We'll pull this thing apart now, and I'm wondering now our only horizontal movement, because these jaws are in a channel, right, so they're not moving. I'm thinking our only horizontal movement is this block here that everything sits on. So if we were to undo these two and adjust a fraction, but that's a fixed point, isn't it? That hole's not going to go anywhere. There's no adjustable point on that, so that wouldn't work either. So that adjusting this is not going to work because that's at a fixed point. Can I swap the sides of the clamp? Maybe the trick is calibrating to the center of the key. But we know that from 4, 5 and 6 is where the issue is. So calibrating from the center of the key, that would make it 3. And we know that that would still give us the same issue we've got now, because technically it's cutting the 3, 2 and the 1 properly. It's just not cutting the 4, 5 and 6. Swap each sides of the clamp. So move this one over to here and this one over to there. Yes, James, we haven't cut a key since we adjusted it. Shall we cut a key? But we know that 3, 4, 4, 5 and 6 are still going to be out on the cut key. There's no adjustment on this rod. Right. There's very, very little play there. So And it looks like at some stage the jewels have been swapped around, because this is a 1 and a 2 and that's a 2 and a 1, and I'm thinking they should be 1 1 and 2 2, so the tops have been changed around at some stage. Looks like the cutter side of the key, that clamp may have something with the parts. Worth trying switching the tops back. But it's a depth issue we have. The top, the only function I can see that the top has is downward pressure. So it has no bearing on how high or low this key sits in that channel. So changing these tops over, I would say, would do jag. But you think they might do something? Alright, we'll do it. Yes, the bottom block is the parallel alignment. So I'm thinking possibly what we need to do is calibrate it with a shim in it. So we place a shim. See, it could be this piece here. It could be out of square. Oh, I need a little square. Because it's all micro stuff, it's hard to tell if things are worn without a little square. No, can't tell. So if this bottom part here, from basically there, that line across, if there's a slight wornness, a shim could help that. What do you reckon? Should we shim it? Alright, so we've got a difference here that I've noticed between the two jaws. Now, as I was putting this key in, I noticed that, like, I'm trying to push this stop as far as up it goes. Yep, spring loaded, push it in, and then place the key from that in that position. However, the bottom shoulder of the key is hitting the base of this block in there. So that's our stop. So that's where we've got a set of that one too. So I've placed that one there like so. I'll come across to this one, and I thought it'd be the same. Just set that up against the block and we'll be right. But as you can see, there's quite a gap there. It's not exactly the same. It doesn't sit in the same orientation. Is that part of our issue? James would not use the bottom. Personally, I would rely on the shoulder stop if possible. Yep. Doesn't matter as long as the key shoulders line up with the guide. Yep. Well, it does. So, alright, we'll go from that. Alright, let's do it again. Alright, go into the middle. Not touching at all. That's odd. Considering we calibrated it to touch. And the end's not touching. How, what? Oh, this is just doing my head in. Everyone's in the same position. All we did was swap these around. This is weird. Left, in, right, out. Need it out reflection. Out of friction, left, in, right, out. No hammers. the fraction then. Alright, let's touch the fraction in the middle. Does it touch at the end? Whoa. Yes, it touches a fraction at the end. Oh, I think we might have it. I don't know what it's done, but changing those jaws around has made it changed a lot of things. So that is touching too much. Okay. Oh, I'm turning this the wrong way. Left in, right out. Along inner fraction. Touching in the middle. Not touching at the end. Touches barely there, touches barely there. Oh. Yeah, so it's barely touching on the end. As you can see by the cut. That's weird. It didn't get back to the high point on the blade to there. Okay, we have a touch in the center. No touch at the front. You've got to be kidding me. And occasional fractional touch at the end. What the hell does that mean? We're locking off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going in. Alright. I guess. So by that little bit of text I left there, focus. Okay. Come on. Why can't you focus on little things? See that cut all along the blade and not half of it. Yeah, I've got calipers. The battery's out, mate. The battery's gone. Get a new battery. So that has cut like differently at the front here. It's left paint. I left a little bit of paint at the end. But I reckon it's too deep along there. So but that's the best cut on the end we can get if it's just touching there, but that means in here are too deep. Sorry. We've tried everything, haven't we? Except giving it a tap with a hammer. I reckon we have a proper look at this base. Now, according to this block, this edge is too low. So let's have a look. So the left edge is too low. Let's see. What is that doing? Can we get a zoom in? Way on the block would be good. That flush. Hey kitten, how you going? Yeah, your puppy's outside. She wants to stay outside. Does she walk? Just let her get the food. The base looks fine. Oh, you're falling down. Oh, well, it's coming apart. Don't trust the square, especially for such small. Yeah, I know. The keys are space and depth keys for Elijah. If that's in, that's wrong. Definitely no horizontal movement on that thing at all. So we can't whack it to tilt it up to give us the height we need. So I'm wondering if we were to put a shim in here to lift that edge up, would we get away with that? Good on you, Chris. You tag teaming us. The tolerances for keys is not that high if there is slight differences when cutting, even when aligned. Yeah, but we've got considerable differences. We've got a depth cut at one end and no depth cut at the other end of the key. To me, that's considerable. So if I was going to be making a key from those space and depth keys, and I was doing a 4, 5 or 6, I'd be concerned it'd be out. Doesn't help. Yeah, what if we were to stick a shim under this end? Hard to know without a working caliper. Yeah. So, really, I can't go any further with this until I get my caliper batteries. That's what you're saying, James, aren't you? That's what you're saying. And I think it's been an hour since I did my wife's obs, so I need to go do them again. And think on this issue a little bit more. But I'm thinking, see those jaws, they clamp down. Where are we? That's flush. That is not showing me a gap, I don't think. Let's have a look. I've clamped them down. It is not showing me a gap. So, in my mind, if this base was out, if this was worn to the point where this end from 4, 5 and 6 was worn down, then this and this would not make flush. Yes? They look flush as to me. There's no gap in there at all. Where do we go from here? Yep, the blocks are both numbered correctly on the correct sides. We changed those jaws around so that they were. Yep. So we've got 2-2 now and 1-1 before it was the other way around. So where we're up to, what we've got to do is get a battery form of calipers, and then we're going to, then what are we going to do? We're going to have to shim it permanently, aren't we? Because it will be permanently out. It won't be per key, because even on the other key blanks it wasn't working. Yep, they both got the same number on the same sides now. They didn't before. So where we're at is we have gone through all of these keys, getting that top bit calibrated. So all those are gone through. We've cut these, but we don't know if these are correct because, but they're only 4 cuts. So, well, there's 7 cuts, but there's only 4 positions. So hoping that they're okay, because that's all the blanks of those ones I have, the LW15s. Hold that thought, says GQ Man. We're holding that thought. Okay, so I can use these keys. I haven't stuffed them, haven't blown them. Right. We just need to get the thing right. So I can still use these to do the space and depth keys with. Yep, they're both 1s and they're both 2s now, GQ Man. We changed them around. Alright, J. Gabriel, thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day, night, afternoon. Whatever it is there. Alright, yeah, I'll have to, after I attend to my wife, I can do that, GQ Man. Show us the other side of the blocks. No, the other numbers are in here. Sorry. I saw them somewhere. Hang on, I'll show you the other numbers. So that's on the bottom of it. 11 and a 5. $11 and a 5. I'm getting good at putting this or pulling this apart and putting it back together. So what do the numbers tell us? Where we're at. Where are we at? Are we calling it defeated for today again on the key machine? Or are we shimming it? Are we shimming from the base? But we can't shim until we get the calipers, right? Because we need the measurements to ascertain how much we need to shim. So we need to do a calculation between the front of the key that's cutting and the back of the key that's not cutting, work out the difference between that, then make up a wedged shim to allow for that difference and whack it in under the bottom, I reckon, under there. Because you reckon this is a permanent issue. I might score myself a little square because I really need to see exactly is all of these squared up, because that could be our issue. We're not squared up. We might need to do tappy somewhere. You never know. What do you think? Shall we call it for today? Have we gone as far as we can go for today? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing, tilting the block. So that I had it permanently adjusted, and then I wouldn't have to, rather than putting a little shim under the edge of the key, that'll just keep falling out every time I do a blank, because I've got 9 of them to do. On James's key machine, they're numbered 1, 2, 3 and 4. GQ Man, I thought the numbers were more like my machine, but they seem to be for left and right on my machine. Oh. I think we've gone as far as I can go today. Flip 180, not 90. What do you mean? Yeah, this is only two-way jaws. And there's no flippy. We can turn it 180 to get the other face, the face we did the car keys with. They said we thought that the numbers indicated the sides still. So are these supposed to be numbered differently? Because I'm reckoning that they're numbered the same. Oh. My hands are over all these turny stuff. My jaws are in the correct orientation. So yep, that says 11.5 on the bottom. Oh, 11.5 on the bottom. So the ones and twos are there to keep the top and bottom aligned. Well, Paul had them changed around. So for whatever reason, who knows? But it did make a slight difference when we changed them around. We had to recalibrate. So I wasn't expecting that. So everything is in correct orientation. So where we are at is shim. We're at shim stage, aren't we? Are we agreed we're at shim stage? We've tried everything else that can be done. We know that the blade is out of whack itself. There's highs and low points. So we're allowing for that now. We didn't allow for that at the start. I don't think there's anything much more we can adjust on this. I think I'm going to go buy a battery and buy a little square. And just recheck everything and see if anything's out of fraction. Do you think that's where we're at? Yeah, gee, Cameron, I won't be able to do that when we're done because I'll have to go do my wife's obs and stuff. It'll take me time to pack all this stuff away as well. It'll have to be later, so I'll send to my wife, do her obs, fluids, food, and then I'll be able to get on Discord. Alright, looks like we have to call it for today, people. Thank you very much. Yeah, wife is way more important, but, you know, wanting to play with the key machine and make those keys for Elijah. I thought it would be quick. I thought it would be on an hour, maybe that. But no. Sorry, Elijah. We're still working on it. It's a work in progress. Alright. The rest of it's going to have to wait. Well, thank you all very much. Thank you for your help. Really appreciate you coming on and supporting me through this process. Enjoy the rest of your day, night, evening, wherever you are in the world. Stay happy, don't buy into fear. Stay legal. Temptation is everywhere.